Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Dusty Book Sniffers. My name's Nicole, and today we are here for some reading sprints. Thankfully, it is Friday, and I can get some productivity done and some sprints and some reading and all the things. So, for the month of June, I have I put a notice over in the Discord that I've got no TBR. I don't think I'm participating in anything except for a couple of buddy reads, which I have to catch up on. And so I'm using the month of June, and I didn't do the members pick either, the wheel spin for the members pick in Discord. So I thought what I would do is basically just have a month of catch up because I had a huge reading month for May. Did I reach my target of 28 books? No, I didn't. I think I got to 21. The last week of May got quite hectic for me, and I just didn't have time to get a lot of reading in. There was a lot of, I couldn't listen to books either, so that made it a little bit difficult. But anyway, so I thought for the month of May, apart from my buddy read, so I've got a buddy read happening with Neva and Brittany for the Sweet Magnolia series, and I've also got the Wheel of Time, and I'm one book behind on the Wheel of Time, so I really need to catch up for that. They are both audiobooks, so that'll be okay. I can get through those. But as for everything else, I'm not having any sort of TBR or anything like that. I still have my bingo prompts and all that, but I'm so far behind with all of my classic reading, so I'm spending the month of doing that. So today my plan is to pretty much be on all day. I'll probably log off about 5 o'clock this afternoon, 5:30, maybe 6, see how we go. We're going to be doing 15 minutes of chit-chatting and 45 minutes of sprints. I have a ton of stuff to do. I'm going to be listening to my classics as we go. And I'll put my glasses on so I can actually see and read comments and stuff. Can't see without them. So. I know the camera's in that general direction, so I just keep my head facing that way. Other than that, I can't see anything. I can see off into the distance, I just can't see right in front of me. So my plan, as I was saying today, is to do 15:45, and we're going to do that throughout the day. Sometimes we go a little bit over the 15, but if we try and keep it to that, I think we'll get a lot done today. I have a ton of stuff that I've got to do. I've got to be on the long arm machine today. I've got washing to do, dishes to do, because I've been flat out all week. I've got reading to do, so I'm going to listen to all my audios, my classics. Normally I sit down and immersive read with those, but I'm just going to listen today, and hopefully I will knock some of them over. So the classics that I have to read or to listen to today is Middlemarch, Volume 3. I've got to get through that. I know that I won't get through all of them. I also have the Pickwick Papers, the next installment of that, which is around 30 pages, so I'll get that done today. I also have the Count of Monte Cristo, the next month, the May's pages, which I'm not 100% sure. I think I might actually have already done that. I'll have to go and have a look and just check my schedule because I read so much. I'm just like... And then I've also got the next installment of Anna Karenina. So I want to get them all caught up, and then I'm halfway through a book that was on part of May's TBR, and I want to finish that. I also want to do some diamond painting and all the rest of it. So, and I've got patterns to design, I've got emails to send, so I am going to be a busy little bee and get everything done. So let's check out who's in the comments. We've got Brittany. Hey Brittany, how you going? It's a long time no see. I have not been around for the last 3 weeks, and I haven't been on anybody's sprints either, so thank you for coming over to mine. I really do appreciate that. Tina is here again. Hi Tina, how you going? Thank you for joining. Good morning, Anne. How are you? Thanks for joining. What are you going to be doing today? Are you stitching, crafting, or just going to be reading today? And Brittany is starting The Luminaries. Who is that by? I've heard that name. Why have I heard that name? I wonder who that is. I cannot remember. It's actually triggering a memory, but I can't remember who the author is. So, yeah, cool. Awesome. We've also got Scorpio Rising here. Hey, how you going? And she is reading The Wife Upstairs by Rachel Hawkins. Awesome. Have you started it yet, or are you just about to crack it open. Susan Dennard. It's not the person that I was not the author that I was thinking of. That's for sure. Oh, dearie me. Everybody is saying hello. We also have Purple Rain Hearts. Hello, everybody. Reading Sugar and Ice by Gemma Kinney. It is a Cupcake Bakery mystery. Lovely. Love a good mystery. Love a good mystery. I mean, there's lots of other things that I want to be reading. But yeah. Oh, and I've also got Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde to read before Sunday. So, but that's only a short story too. So hopefully I can knock that over on the weekend. I've got a lot of quilting to do, so a lot of time standing around. I can listen to all those, which is great. Everybody's saying hello. Tina is reading Preserving the Evidence by Kaz Delaney, and also watching A Murder, She Wrote, and knitting. Oh, what are you knitting? Normally you crochet, don't you? How did your tank top go? Did it come together how you envisioned it and everything? Awesome. Nice and productive. Hey, Camilla. And 100 pages into it. And you're liking it so far? I am currently reading, I think I'm about a third of the way through, maybe not halfway through. It's off the Kindle Unlimited challenge that I was doing. I didn't get all of them read. I ended up getting, I had 20, and I think I've still got, I'm almost, like, I'm a third of the way through this one, just looking here. And I think I've got 2 or 3 left from the whole month. So I didn't do too bad. I've talked about most of them, and I haven't put any videos up. So I got pretty sidetracked with a lot of other stuff around the house and whatnot. So yeah. And I only just made it here this morning because my husband's truck broke down yesterday afternoon. So anything that I was going to do yesterday got put on the back burner. So I could go and flat tow him home, and fun and games. I had to put on my tow truck driver hat yesterday and go and help him out. But his truck is home, and he's just taken Nerali's car to go and get see if he can find out a few things that might be wrong with it, and see if he's got the parts for it. If he doesn't, well, we don't know what he's going to do, because that's our livelihood. So he's off the road temporarily today. So he's a little bit stressed, and I had to sort of chit chat to him and just calm his farm before I send him out into the world. And before he snaps someone's head off because he's stressed or whatever. Not that he does that very often, but sometimes he can get very short with people if he's stressed. So if I calm his farm before he walks out and we just talk it through, he leaves, and he's a little bit more zen. He can, and he'll think clearer too as well, and get everything fixed up and all the rest of it. Scorpio Rising is saying that she read the Cupcake, loved it, and thank you for the recommendation. Awesome. I love it when we all get recommendations and they're good. The tank top short and the straps though. Yeah, that's one of my friends does a lot of crochet, and she always seems to have trouble with this, like when she does tank tops or anything like that, she seems to always have trouble with the length. I guess like the yarn sort of stretches a little bit, I guess, as you're stitching. I don't know. I don't crochet. I do the basics and that's it. I don't do clothing or anything. Even sewing, I don't do clothing. I don't know why, but I mean, it looks relatively easy, but not the crochet side of things, sewing side of things. I think if I tried to make some sort of clothing out of crochet, I think it would end up probably being 10 times too big than what I needed, and very not looking very straight, I reckon it'll go. Because I made a beanie, like a slouch, you know those slouch beanies that you make? I made one of them years ago. And I made it for Savannah, and Savannah's she recently rang me because she goes, I think I've lost it. And I'm like, what? I've got to make another one now. But she's just taken up crochet, so she'll probably make it herself. But yeah, it was way bigger than it needed to be. I don't know what I did. I must have added a couple extra rounds in or something, but she liked it. At the time, she had really long hair, so all of her hair used to fit in it really nicely, so she was pretty happy with it. Because sometimes she wanted her hair up. Hello to Leah. How are you? Long time no speak. How are you going with the Count of Monte Cristo? We're using June for the Serialized Book Club. We are using June to catch up on all the things. So, and I've also got other things that I've got to catch up on, like bingo and stuff like that. So, and buddy reads and all that. So June is a no TBR month for me. So hopefully it might be the same for you. So don't expect a video anytime soon. I think I've got week 2, 3, and 4 of May videos to sort out and get up. So I'm thinking that I'm just going to start putting them out, and hopefully, hopefully I will get them all sorted. Yeah. But anyway, yes, I'm normally crocheting. I'm learning how to knit right now, working on first big project, a Kindle Slave. Awesome. I can knit and purl, and I can do basic crochet. Like I can read patterns without a problem, because I've actually taught a few people to read patterns and stuff like that. And they go, "Oh, do you crochet?" I'm like, "No." "Do you knit?" "No." But I can read patterns. And I think that comes from when I was a kid, because both my grandmother and my nonna both were crocheters. They both crocheted and knitted, and basically I used to sit there and ask them questions about the patterns and all the rest of it. So I think that that's where that came from. And all the abbreviations, I remember all the abbreviations and stuff like that. But can I put it into practice? Not a chance. Not a chance. Oh, dear me. I'd love to see how it turns out. When you finish, post a picture over in Discord. I would love to see how your Kindle Slave turned out. That'll be, especially for your first big project as well. Making clothing is frustrating because you have to imagine in your head, and it can be really difficult to get there. Yeah. Like I have a lot of friends having the craft channel. I have a lot of friends, obviously, that are crafters, and a lot of them actually make clothing and stuff like that. And they're always asking me, when are you going to make clothes? I'm like, I have made clothes in the past. Like I've made pajamas. How old Savannah? I was pregnant with Savannah, so 19 years ago I made a set of pajamas. It was the first clothing that I ever made, and I made a heap of kids' clothes and stuff back then as well. And I've made, through the years, I've made, a couple of skirts and stuff like that. But I've never tackled any like shirts or anything like that, or anything really complicated. Skirts, basic, just straight skirts, because I wear a lot of, your stretchy knit fabric. I wear a lot of them, and they're just basic skirts that I make. They'll just be 2 pieces, 2 side seams, bit of elastic around the waist, and sometimes I might put a slit down the side from the knee down, so it's easier to walk in, so I can wear tights and stuff at winter time under it without it getting, like, how when you wear tights under a skirt, it sort of skirt clings. If you put the split, because I wear full length skirts, and so I put the split to the knee, and it just makes like a flap at the front and a flap at the back, but it means that you can wear tights and boots without it becoming cumbersome to walk in the skirt, if that makes any sense at all. Probably not, but anyway, that's my waffle for that. But I don't follow a pattern or anything like that. I just take my measurements and I just cut 2 panels. It's super quick, it's super easy, and sometimes I can go to Spotlight, which is like a Joann's or Michael's, and get some really cheap fabric and whip up a couple of skirts, and I'm set. I don't have to worry about trying to find them, because it's really hard to find those type of skirts in full length, especially these days. And I've always been, and I used to wear a lot of like circle skirts, full length circle skirts, which again, they're really simple to make as well, because they're just basically you're cutting panels, sewing them together, and just put elastic in. You can put a waistband in it, but I just put because I wear long shirts, I just put a thick elastic in it. It makes like a belt, and yeah, done, easy. And then I go and buy tops, because I dress up my tops. All right, where am I? You can't buy crochet items, and he's also trying to create. Actually, where, like, I don't know what your area is like. I was at the markets last month. We have a big market here once a month on the first Saturday of every month, and it's at a showgrounds, and there's a whole, it takes you hours to get around. But my daughter Nera Lee brought a couple of crochet tops, like summer crochet tops, that have like the V, the little thin straps, and they tie up at the back. And there was a lot of crocheted tops and skirts and all sorts of stuff in this store. And for ages, I haven't seen that sort of stuff for a very long time. Actually, it'd be a good 10-15 years, except if you go to like beachy places, you tend to find it there. So another place that I find that you can find a lot of clothing crochet patterns is on Ravelry. That's a pretty good website for getting patterns, and they're really cheap too. Like, they're not overly priced, and sometimes you can find some really good free ones as well. And Lion Brand website also has a ton of free patterns that you can find, so maybe that's something that you could look at as well if you haven't already done so. My May was my total chaos month, so I'm thankful for a catch-up month. No TBR here either. Yeah, I could have definitely done a TBR, but I'm so behind in videos and all the rest of it. That's going to take a lot of time. Like, I've got, as I said, I've got a ton of books. I only done the first week, so I've got a ton of books that I've got to either talk about or I've got to edit and get up. So yeah, I just figured the month of June, I think going forward for future years as well, is going to definitely be my catch-up month, because then we start over in our Discord, we start the Women's Prize for Fiction read-alongs. So starting in July with the winner, because the June is when the winner is announced. So pretty excited about that. That seems so. That I think is the 14th of June. Is the announcement. I'd have to check that a bit later. Anne is listening to a book while she's getting over. Oh, I do not like ironing. If I could get away with not ironing anything ever, I'd be so happy. And then you have a project bag to start. I'm super excited to see it when you finish it. Do you have all the stuff that you need? So Anne is one of my Patreons and a loyal subscriber from my craft channel, and we hang out quite a bit in Zoom and stuff like that as well, and on live streams. And so this week I did, as from Anne's request, a project bag for the Patreons. And so yeah, I don't even know where it is. I've put it away, I think. Yes, oh no, there it is. So yeah, so it's a project bag that I made and basically done a video for over in my Patreon, and it's got 2 zipper bags in it, and then it's got a little thread bed. And for those that don't cross stitch or do any embroidery, you're probably thinking, what the hell is a thread bed? Well, it's a little piece, it's a little booklet that you can open up. It's got a needle minder in it, and you can put all your floss on there, and it doesn't blow away when the wind blows or someone walk past and all that sort of stuff. You can keep it, and you can close it, snap it closed, and then everything stays secure in there. So yeah, so I did that, and that's just gone up this week. So that is the project bag that she's looking at making. If you haven't watched, Anne, make sure that if you haven't watched the original project bag tutorial that I did on the channel, go and watch that, because it does show you really close up of the binding and everything, so you can get a really good binding on it. Okay. Good morning, West Aussie Diamond Art and Reads. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name. I'm terrible with names. I'm just going to call you Hun, okay? Because that's generally what I do. All right, we are at the end of the comment. I struggle with knitting. I haven't been successful with any of the stitches. I promised myself this year I would learn to knit. Now, I actually have a book, and I don't know where it is. I will find it in one of the sprints. It might be actually in my bedroom. I have 2 books. There's one for knitting, and then there's one for crochet, and they have 400 different combinations of stitches and all the rest of it. So basically all you have to learn is knit and purl, and then you just learn the combinations, and it's got little pictures in it. You get the name of it, so you can search it up on YouTube if you need to, because a couple times I've had to do that. And yeah, and you just make little swatches. So like I think they're 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters, so that's what, I don't know, 4 or 5 inches square. And so basically you make them up and you learn how to do the stitches in it. Some of them are a little bit bigger because of the like cabling and stuff like that, but it was it really clear instructions in the book and whatnot, and things that I didn't quite understand or wasn't wrapping my head around. I just went and searched on YouTube and found them, and then you got the visual of it as well. Um, there was a girl that I used to follow quite a bit. Like, I don't knit, but I do watch a lot of knitting channels. And I'm pretty sure it's called Sweet Georgia is the channel. She recently has been doing a lot of loom and that, but she's quite easy to listen to. And was it her that had tutorials on there? I'm pretty sure years ago she had tutorials on there, so maybe go check them out and see if that's something that might help you to learn and wrap your head around it. I struggle with knitting more than I struggle with crochet, but for me, I get confused with because with crochet you've got American terminology and then you've got English terminology, and sometimes I get the two confused because we use the English terminology here in Australia, but a lot of tutorials are in American terminology. So yeah, anyway. It's a whole thing. All right, we have just been chatting for 20 minutes. We've already blown the 15 minutes mark, but we're going to go to a sprint. I am going to get myself set up for the day in this sprint, so I'll be doing a lot of preparation in this one. And yeah, and so basically I will come back in 45 minutes. I won't be doing any reading in this one because I do actually have to do a little bit of filming as well. So I'm going to talk about a couple of books and get that done. And then we'll come back in 45 minutes. So happy reading, everybody. And let me just get this all added to the stream. And we're going to go for a library today. It's snowing out there. Not that I get snow, but I was just feeling this one today. So we'll start this one up. Get that started. All right. And I will see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Hello, I'm back. Did everybody go? Sorry, I got a little bit distracted then. I was doing up a calendar for on the Patreon for all the exciting things that we've got happening in the coming month. So, how did everybody go? I got a fair bit done. I got a load of washing on. I set up to. Sorry, I filmed the wrap up for the Gilded Ones and the Merciless Ones. Just had to look again. So I did that, and then I put a load of washing on. I set up my diamond painting filming station. I've set up my Stitch With Me filming for FlossTube. I have pulled out the stuff that I've worked on for FlossTube, put that up. I'm filming that until like Sunday. And I've also put up next week's Slow Stitching Saturday. I've gone and I also went and double checked that all my scheduled videos were going up on the right days and that everything was kosher over there. And so there we go. I got a fair bit done in that time. Oh, and I fired up the long arm machine, but I haven't done anything in. So, all right, let's have a look who joined us, because there was a few comments happening as I was walking past. I noticed a few things. No worries, Zara. I will try to remember your name this time. I'm so sorry. I am really terrible with names. Excuse me. If you've watched any of my book reviews, you know I can read a book, close it, and forget the main protagonist's name. Yeah. So during my lifetime, I call everybody Hun. And I'm glad that you're okay with that. But I will try to remember your name, Zara. We've got Rolanda has joined us. Good morning, Rolanda. How are you today? Are you stitching? Oh, no, I'll just look down a little bit and I can see what you're up to today. We also had Chrissy join us during that sprint. Good morning, Chrissy. How are you? I thought you were on grandma duty today. What are you reading? And Rolanda isn't reading, but she is in her craft room again today doing some sewing. And I'm guessing she's maybe making a little project bag or a pouch, maybe. Just guessing. Rolanda's saying hello to Chrissy. Hello, Rolanda. I'm going to stitch and listen to her book today. Awesome. Talia, she who didn't read, got dinner ready and heading out to in-person book club. Well, excellent. To talk about Finlay Donovan is killing it. I hear everybody talking about that book. I really need to read it, but I'm not adding anything else to my TBR right now. That'll be a sometime in the future book. So Brittany got 12% of Luminaries. Excellent, excellent. Excuse me. And my husband's about to knock on the door. Just hang on a second. I'll just mute you for one moment. Okay, he's at the door laughing because in our neighbourhood, this is a funny story. They like our funny stories about our neighbourhood.
Last night, my truck broke down, so I'm out the front waiting to get picked up to go and sort it out. And it was about 6 o'clock, so it was just on dark. And this guy rolls up in this thing, trolleys in the back, and there's clattering around everywhere. And I said to him, how often do you have to pick these trolleys up? They said, every day. And they say they're always at the same houses. That was last night. I've just pulled up now, and it's about, 10 o'clock. And there's a trolley back there across the road already. Like, they picked it up last night at 6 o'clock, and they've got another one out the front already. Like, that's madness.
I hope you heard all that. But anyway, there's just the trolley guys came yesterday, and like they make a racket when they come because they fly up the road and then they stop really quickly, and then all the trolleys go flying.
The trolleys on, and you know those trolley trailers, they're really long, so when they accelerate they go to the back, and when they slam their brakes on, the trolleys go all the way to the front and almost fly out. But for it to be back there already, not even 12 hours later.
Yeah, it's like that all the time. There's trolleys where I live just down the road is Woolworths and all the rest of it. But anyway, he's going to go and fix his truck. If he stays here talking, we'll never get anything done. I don't know if you heard that or not, but yeah, anyway, the trolley, I'll just reiterate, the trolley guys come up and down to pick up the trolleys, and they hate coming up here. And yeah, the trolleys are back out just directly across the road because we've got this massive, there's a whole heap of people that live up this end of the road, and they don't have cars and that, so they walk their groceries home. So funny. Did some knitting and watched TikTok. Excellent. Just popping in to say hi before I go to sleep. Oh yeah, time zones do suck a little bit. But hi, and hope you have a really good sleep. Almost forgot about the sprints. Going to work on a couple of carryovers from May. Faithful Words by Paige Shelton, which is an audio book, and Shadow by Night by Deborah Harkness, which is in print. Excellent. You sound like you've got a busy day of reading ahead of you. I have not put my audio book on yet. I probably won't do that until I head over to the quilting machine. But yeah, this month I'm planning on getting a lot of stuff done. And I was thinking about it the other day. So for those that pop up in on every Friday, on Monday, because I'm getting a lot of my filming done today, and I'm going to try and do that every Friday for the following week for Patreon and all that sort of stuff. What I'm thinking I'm doing on Mondays, especially after a big weekend, because I've got to go do a lot of driving and that this weekend, I'm thinking on Monday I might do an all-day sprints again, and then get some more productivity done and just get the things done and just set those 45-minute time blocks and just smash it out of the park. That's what I'm hoping to do. Alrighty, but I have to go. Thank you for the sprint. Have a good day. Bye-bye. No worries, Tina. If you're still here, bye. Thank you for dropping in. I really do appreciate you being here, and hopefully we'll see you on Monday. Killing it with the productivity. Yes, I have a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, so basically my list is really long, and I'm trying not to look at my list today. I'm just going to slowly work through it because I'll get overwhelmed with how much I've got, and it's little stuff that I've got to do that I haven't got done during the week. And what I'm trying to do, and the reason that I'm pushing myself so far, is I'm trying to get everything into Monday to Friday so I can have the weekends just for family, because over the past couple of months, getting everything back into where I wanted it to be, I've been working 7 days a week, and I want to get back to that 5 day a week. So I'm just really trying to use every amount of time I've got, especially even with these. It's just keeping me motivated to keep going, and that's what I want to do. So I had a see, I call everybody hun, like I do. Like after I start talking to you for a while, I'll remember your name, but to come across you in the street and start talking to you, I will not remember your name straight off the bat, unless, like, if I've known you for years and years and years, I will. But yeah, and it's really hard on YouTube as well, because you meet so many new people, especially when you're doing sprints and you're hopping all over the internet for sprints and all that sort of stuff. You end up forgetting people's names because you just end up seeing their username all the time. So it makes it really, really difficult. So this month I'm joining Add More Zest for kids at, I forget the rest of the name of it, but Add More Zest is her channel name, and I'm joining her for her diamond painting whip and waffle, and I'm doing a massive piece. I'd already started it, but I'm hoping to get it done by the end of the month. So I'm using her whip and waffle to do that. So I'm also filming mine. So you'll get to see some diamond painting. I put one up on Tuesday, and I haven't done diamond painting for quite some time. And this particular piece I'm working on, I started it in October 2021, and I hadn't touched it since I started it. And so I just want to get it done this month. It's massive. It's 24 inches by 32 inches, and it's a Jasmine Beckett Griffith Frost Dragonling is what it's called, and it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Round drills, and I'm loving it. And I've done the first row as I started it. I've got a video going up on Tuesday on the craft channel, and that is, I think, the last 3 days or last 4 days of May, and then from the 1st of June until the following Tuesday, I will film every day the bits that I'm doing, and I'm just doing a little section at a time, and I'm going to be doing it all through the month. And then once a week I'll put up like I'll do a voiceover or something like that. So yeah, but yeah, Yeah, Hun is my go-to one. Honestly, didn't love it. It was cute, but not a favorite. Okay, fair enough. I've just heard a lot of people say things about it, like say it's really good and it's very cute and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. Yes, on grandma duty and reading sprints. Yay! Listening to Higher Sobriety, a non-fiction, a Melbourne journo who gave up drinking for 12 months. Okay. Interesting. Is it good? Are you enjoying it? Rolanda is making one of my simple drawstring rags to cover her magnifier, and then once that's finished, be into a second project bag as she finished the first one from the other day. Are you going to because you're on the silver level in the Patreon, aren't you? Are you going to tackle this one, the double one? Let me know if you're going to, because I yeah, it's on the Patreon channel. Like I've got like really in-depth videos. So that one goes for an hour and 20. That video, there was a lot of stuff I cut out, like just dead air and stuff. But yeah, I listened to the audio of. I finished the audio of Something in the Water today, and you did love that one. Awesome. Tip with the trolleys: if you ring the company, Woolies, etc., you can get paid for them to be collected. Yeah, no, the guys where we live, Woolies is like it's a 2-minute walk from where I am, and basically, yeah, the guys get really, really annoyed, and that's probably, you know what, the people that are walking up the street, that's probably what they do. So basically, but they get really annoyed, and like I actually thought it was Brendan coming home in the truck, in the trailer, or his mate that was bringing a car here. I can't. This series of events of yesterday are a bit of a blur, but I thought it was his trailer because his trailer's quite noisy when he brings it up onto the grass out the front of our house, up the gutter. He came in and goes, "That was the trolley guys." And because they had to stop every like couple hundred meters, you could hear them going all the way up the street. The trolleys going from, because as they take off, they're all at the back of the trailer, and then when they stop, they all go flying up towards the car, and it was just like, oh my god. Yeah, I should be reading the Count of Monte Cristo as well. As I was just saying, I'm thinking that for the month of June, so we can catch up on everything, I'm going to do more sprints than usual. So I'm thinking on Mondays, because I can tie that in with my filming, because I'm generally just filming, and I'm filming for the craft channel on those days, or I'm filming book stuff. So I figured I can still do the filming and everything like that, and then I edit in the afternoon, so I can do the editing while I'm sprinting as well, and it'll be a great way for us all to catch up on stuff. So I'll have a look at my calendar and just make sure that I can do it, and it's not going to be a problem. So just keep an eye out on the upcoming playlist for sprints, and you'll see it all there. You'll see them pop up. So obviously, if something comes up, I've got to take Neroli somewhere, I obviously can't do it, but Neroli is my daughter, for those that don't know. But yeah, so, but at this point in time, I was just looking before, I'm pretty clear, because I'm on schedule for videos this week, and I'm pretty much starting to film for videos for next week. Yeah, so basically that's sort of where I'm at the moment. But so you might be able to join us on Monday if you don't get it done today. Because what time is it where you are at the moment, Talia? Because I know that you're in the States somewhere. Okay, they're going to do work outside my house. It might get a bit noisy. I've just seen the council truck turn up. Don't know what that's about. They didn't put a notice in. I feel like such a sticky beak sitting here looking out my window. It's one of those days. I'm overtired. And I get a bit stupid when I'm overtired. So yeah. No, I better not forget your name, Rolanda. I'll be in all sorts of trouble, or Chrissy's as well. But your name's there, so I'm good. Your name pops up, so I'm all good. So yeah. Now, Scorpio rising, is your name Camilla? I hope it is. If I'm wrong, I'm so sorry. Read 30 pages and really enjoying it. It's awesome. I really want to try diamond painting. I know, just need to order one now. I'm in two minds. Like when I started, I got some off eBay and they just came from China and they weren't the best. So now I pay a little bit more. If you want to get into it quite cheaply, there is a company called Fansales, so FANSELLS, and they're relatively cheap. So, and they have all the different sizes and stuff like that. So be careful because you can go onto their website and you will get lost on their website going down the rabbit hole of finding something to work on. But I find that is a really good price point if you want to get into something. After that, I highly recommend buying stuff from either Craftably, and they're quite expensive, and we're pretty much on the same dollar value with the US. So Diamond Art Club is one, Craftably is another. But to be honest, I buy a lot of my stuff from Fansales because it's within my budget, and sometimes you can get, like if you're buying quite a few, you can get free shipping, and they have codes and all that sort of stuff. At the moment, and I'm not affiliated with any of these diamond painting places or anything like that, because diamond painting is not a priority on my channel, but it is something that I do, and I generally put it up on a Tuesdays. Like I do a whip and chat where I just sort of chit chat and do work on my project, and it's cameras overhead. But Fansales would be the place that I would start. You can get charts for as little as like $7.50. I've got charts from there, and they've been decent charts. And they're not overly big either. Like some of them are only like 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters. So that is 12 inches by 12 inches for those playing at home. Yeah, so that is probably where I would start. And Zara would probably be a good person to chat to as well, because she does a lot of diamond art as well. But yeah, Fansales is one of my favorite places, and it's also a place that I like to go and scroll and look at the pictures as well. I don't necessarily buy something every time, but I've got a cupboard full of them, and I've got a couple of Heaven and Earth designs ones, which is a predominantly cross stitch company, but they've just recently started doing, well, not just recently, at least for the last few years, doing diamond art, diamond painting canvases and stuff like that. I've got two of them there that I want to get into, and yeah, so, but try Fansales. It's, yeah, and they ship everywhere, and I believe they're a UK company, so yeah. Oh, I haven't seen that one. Must check it out. The outside looks similar to the ones I'm making. Project bags? Are you talking about? I'm not too sure what you're talking about. This one is, if you're at the silver level, that on Patreon, which I think you are, Orlando, that is the tutorial that went up this week for the bag making. So the end of each month is a bag making one. So yeah. Great book, Eye-Opening Facts About Australian Drinking Culture. There is definitely a culture. It's just like work flat out all week, get to the weekend and binge drink. Isn't that the culture? Well, that's my experience anyway. Oh, dear me. So yeah. Oh yes, cool. Yeah, so you'll have that one. That went up yesterday. So it's quite an in-depth one. Yes, always love sprints. That's it. The more sprints that I find, if I'm feeling like I want to procrastinate, I'm all over it. All over the sprints. I think the alarm's gone off, but we'll keep going till we get to the end of the comments. It's 5:23 p.m. Okay, and it's 10. Well, it's almost 10:30 here, so it's almost 5:30 there. And you're on Thursday night, so yeah, so you'll be able to get some good reading in if you join the sprints, because I'll be up at the same time. I'll go at 9 o'clock, and that, I know it's at your dinner time and all the rest of it. Just checked a new one on Patreon, and it's the ones I'm making is the one you're making is different. Okay, cool, awesome. All right, we have just no worries. in all your free time. Yeah, I know. I'm the same. Like, where can I squeeze this in? So, yeah, fan sales is really, really good. Another friend of mine, Gail, she does a lot of diamond painting as well. Both her and I shop a lot on there. So it is a great place to start, especially if you're on a tight budget, because the Diamond Art Club ones and craftably.com, which they are both based in the US. And then I think there's Dreamer Designs as well. They're all around the same price point, but their canvases are brilliant. Like, I'm actually working on a Craftably one now, and the canvas is like felt. It's got felt on the back. The drills are really nice. I've never had any problems with the stuff that I've got from fan sales. It's just, it fits within my budget. Because I've got, young kids that at the time when I started, I had young kids that I had to support and all that sort of stuff. So now they're working, they can support themselves. Not really. We're still supporting them. But anyway, let's get on to another sprint. I'll just start up this. Yeah, we went over for sure. I'll restart the clock again. We'll do another 45 minutes, and I will see you very soon. Hello, everybody. How has everybody gone? I am just going to just bear with me for a second. I'm just going to change this to this one so I can keep a track of it. All right, so I got a lot more stuff done. I have done up the poll for Patreon. That is live. The calendar is now live as well, and Chrissy did like that already. And I have just sent off some emails, and I'm still doing all of that sort of stuff for the magazine. Yeah, but very productive as well. So my washing should be finished in about 5 minutes as well. Sounds like Brendan got the truck going, or he's sort of trying to get the truck going. He's out there revving it and all the rest of it. And he came in like 1 minute ago and goes, "Are you still live?" I'm like, "Yes, I'm still alive. I'm still live, so I can't come out and help you." So it looks like in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I'll be going out to turn the truck over to help him out. So yeah, anyway, his truck causes me grief all the time. So how did everybody else go? All right, so let me see. Courtney popped in to say hi. How are you going? Thank you for popping in. Oh, Rolanda had to pop off. She's going over to catch up with a friend and have a coffee. That's awesome. Fun and games. Bye. Have a good day. And Annie O'Brien joined us during the sprint, and she is reading The Curse of Penrith Hall. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it. Looks like it, but yeah. So I do apologise if you can hear that truck turning over, but my husband has really no choice but to work on it out the front because that's where it's broken down, unfortunately. So yeah. So the next sprint, I obviously will have to go out and probably help him. Hopefully Neralee's gone and helped him. So because she's home, so she could go out and do it. She's just got to turn the truck over. And so next sprint, I will be finishing off emails, and then I will be doing the hanging out the washing, and I think I will be doing some diamond painting in that one. I might start that one. Well, after lunch is when I will start doing most of my crafting. So I'm just getting all of my paperwork and all that sort of stuff out of the way right now. It's really weird having him out there working, like he's not normally here. So I keep seeing someone walk past every couple of minutes. It keeps distracting me. All right. Stormy has around, oh, awesome. 89 pages left, Shadow of Night. Awesome. You should knock that over tonight. That's awesome. And Brittany has made it to 22% of Luminaries. Is it good? Are you enjoying it? I thought it was a different book that I was thinking of. So yeah, I don't know what I was thinking of, to be honest. But anyway, and I'm drinking cold coffee as per normal. I'm always drinking cold coffee these days. So yeah, what else do I have to do today? The main thing is I really need to get a move on that quilt, but I'm thinking that I might just do all of my little things and do the quilting tomorrow. That gets stitching and stuff done tonight as well for Floss Tube and all that sort of stuff. It's all happening. I will be editing over the weekend though to get a video up on the BookTube channel for possibly Tuesday, because I'm thinking sprints I will do on Monday, and then that way it's not going to conflict. Actually, I'll probably leave it till Wednesday, and then I'll have sprints on Monday and Friday throughout June, and Wednesday they'll have the videos going up. I reckon that works. What do you reckon? I think so. She is loving it. Yes, and it's giving a Buffy the Vampire Slayer vibes. Awesome. I never got into that. My friend was right into that. I was not. I just couldn't get there. Brendan was right into it as well. He used to say, like, "You'll really enjoy it. You should watch it." I'm like, "Yeah, nah, I don't think I want to invest that much time into it." I'm too busy to sit down and invest time into a TV series. But I am super excited to be starting the second book in the Sweet Magnolia series. That was what else I'd done in that sprint. I keyed it up on Scribed. So yeah, I'm looking forward to reading that, and I'm looking forward to getting back to Wheel of Time too. So totally opposite ends of the scale for those ones, and then you've got the classics thrown in as well. Yeah, so for someone that doesn't have a TBR, I do seem to have a lot of books to read in June. And then on once that's what I was going to look up. The winner is announced for the Women's Prize for Fiction. I think that is announced on the 14th. I'm pretty sure that is announced on the 14th. I'm the same. I am going to start. I'm going to finish the book off that I'm reading, which is, what was that called again? That is called The Night of Many Endings by Melissa Payne. I'm going to finish that off. And I'm thinking that probably tomorrow night, because I've got 4 hours left in this, because I've only just sort of started it. I've got 4 hours left in this book. So I'll probably be able to get that polished off today if I'm at the quilting machine, which means that I should be able to start that tomorrow. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah. And I was looking through the cookbook again, which is sitting just beside me. Gee, there's some nice stuff in there. I'm thinking that I might even make the is it the margaritas that they have? I might even make some of them. That'd be but the guacamole looks delicious. Everything looks so delicious in this. And I'm a little bit, like, I love the book and I love all the recipes, but I'm a little bit disappointed there's not more pictures of the food. But I guess you get to sort of see them in the TV show, don't you? Because this is more related to the TV show than it is to the books. Like, yeah. But yeah, there's some of the stuff in it looks absolutely delicious. Like the carrot soup. I know a lot of people will think ew, but the carrot soup looks yum. I'm like, I wouldn't mind making that. I know, virtual margaritas, right? Now that would make for some messy sprints. Tequila, I love tequila too. So, I'm a bit of a. I'm just looking for the recipe. Where is it? There it is. Sweet Mangola margaritas. How yum would that be? That would make for some very, very messy. So these are Helen's Lethal margaritas is what it's called. So if you've watched the first season, you know that they get together and on Sweet Magnolias, which is on Netflix, they get together and they have guacamole and margaritas and all the rest of it. And yeah, I feel like we should plan those sprints. Maybe book 3. I reckon. Well, see, because Neva still has to read for book 1, doesn't she? Has she read that? Because I did the refresher and like I sort of sped through it a little bit, and I was pretty happy with it. And her ex-partner, jeez. But yeah, I think that if we maybe read a couple of books and then have let Neva catch up and then have some sprints and do margaritas and have some call them messy sprints, because that's what they'll end up being, no doubt. So it's got tequila, 3/4 of a cup of tequila, a 1/4 cup of triple sec or Grand Marnier. I prefer the Grand Marnier to the triple sec, much of the muchness, but yeah. But anyway, not that I'm a alcohol connoisseur or anything, but yeah, because I've made a few cocktails based on one of my favorite cocktails is Blue Monday, and it is tequila based, and it has the Grand Marnier in it, which is, I think that's how you pronounce it, Marnier. I don't know. It's French. Very good at French. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to starting that. And then on the opposite end of the scale, I've got Wheel of Time, Buddy Read happening. So, and that's like, yeah, and I'm halfway through, I think, book 5. So I'm a little bit behind. So, I know. Imagine that. Like, whew, that's some hectic drinking right there. That is a lot of tequila. When I read that, I'm just like, whew. I think I'll be drinking that over several. Although I have been known to knock back a few tequilas and whatnot. Blue Monday's really nice. It's got blue cacaro in it, tequila, lemonade, and the either triple sec or the other one. And that's really like they go down nice because it's super refreshing. And on a nice afternoon, hot afternoon, summer's afternoon, you could down a few of those. But yeah, and then they've got like the guacamole um, and then there's a vodka one as well, which is a blossom cocktail. Like there's a few in here. Woo. And I think they come like they must get mentioned throughout the series on the TV show because it seems to be more geared towards that. So I don't think we'd remember them either if we drink that much tequila. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Could you imagine? Oh, I have no filter when I'm drunk. Like, and I get very loud and I laugh a lot. Yeah, that would be very messy. It's probably not a good thing, but having one maybe might lighten the mood a little bit. And yeah, because I thought when I had a look at my book journal from when I was reading them, I had started book two, but I cannot remember anything of it because that was ages ago. So um, yeah, I didn't even realize that I had start like when I was thinking about it, I thought, oh, maybe I have started it, and I wasn't too sure. But when I went and looked, I did. I started it, but I think I only got about 20 pages in, and yeah, so it'll be good to get back to it and get it all read and whatnot. All right, my daughter has not gone out. We're going to cut this chatty bit a little bit short because he's out there. I can hear him cursing. So I'm going to go out and help him because he can't turn over and look under the bonnet at the same time. So I am going to set my alarm on my phone for 45 minutes. We've only got 3 minutes left of the chatty, but I think I'll just go out and help him, and then that way he can get moving and whatnot. So let me just go and sort this out, start that, and we're going to go to a sprint. So I will see you all in 45 minutes. I go and help my husband with his truck. Happy reading, everybody. And yeah, if you've got any comments to say, just leave them and I'll get back to them when I come back. All right, I'll see you soon. Okay, sorry about that. I am back. Let me just put this up beside one another. All right, so I didn't end up having to help with the truck in the end. Nerily was out there, but now they've got to go to Toowoomba, so I am off the hook. I don't have to do anything more with the truck. So in that sprint, I ended up doing the washing up, hung out some washing. I checked all the things off my list that I've done. And so the next sprint, I done some food prep and all that sort of stuff and got it in the freezer and whatnot because Nerily works at KFC and she ended up with a whole heap of tenders from there the other night, last night, and so I just wrapped them up and froze them, and I'll use them for lunches, and I chop them up and put them in salads and stuff like that. So and she come home with a massive box of them, so I just wrapped them in bundles of 4. So I did all that, got that in the freezer, and went around, emptied the bins and all the rest of it. So now all I have to do in the housework is vacuum, because I make the beds and everything when I get out of them, and I don't do the kids' rooms. That's their responsibility. So yeah, so I've done all the public areas and all that sort of stuff, and I put another load of washing on. So I am on track. I've got 2 more loads to go and whatnot. So let me see what was said in the comments. I think we left off with Brittany. We may not remember those sprints. Yes, that's where we left off. And Courtney's like, oh my goodness, tequila, question mark. We were talking about margaritas, hun, because Brittany, Neva, and I are reading the Sweet Magnolia series, and Brittany and I had already read book 1. Neva, I think, still has to read book 1, so I think she's starting it, and so we're looking at starting book 2 this week. Well, this weekend actually, and we found the cookbook for it, and we were just talking about the margaritas in there that we should have. Messy sprints. Anyway, and then Chrissy puts up, she goes, ironic, I'm reading a book about someone giving up the grog, and for those that don't know what grog means, that's what we call alcohol here in Australia, and a lot of you having a cocktail party in sprints. Yeah, pretty much. Why not? Like, it'll make for a fun night. Nell joined us. Hey Nell, how you going? Long time no see. I haven't been around very much for the last couple of weeks. Annie made it to 45%. Excellent. That is awesome. And Nell says, did you cut your hair? No, not really. Well, I did get a haircut. I've just got my hair out. I normally have my hair up off my face and in a bun. And yeah, and it's just, I was running behind schedule today, and I did go to the hairdressers to get my hair thinned out because I am growing the grey out in my hair. As you can see, I'm two-tone. So I actually have a hairpiece that I wear normally on camera because I hate having two-tone hair. Like, it just makes me feel a little bit. Okay, so I have a saying, and it's probably not great, but I have a saying where it looks trailer. Anyway. So I don't like having two-tone hair, but as you can see, it is almost all grey underneath now, pretty much. I think I've probably got about another inch and it'll be all done underneath. It's just the top stuff that I've got to get rid of now. So my hairdresser and I were looking at it the other day. My hair grows really fast. So this regrowth to where it is now, let me see where you can see it clearer, to here, is from the end of September last year. So not even 12 months, my hair has grown that much. So she reckons by the end of Christmas, because I'm getting it just trimmed, I took an inch off it on Tuesday. So she reckons by Christmas I'll definitely be very, very close. So I might get it a little bit shorter at Christmas time to get rid of the last of the color. But she thinned a lot of it out too, so that took a lot of the color out. But yeah, I just have a couple of little, those messy buns that you buy. I've just got a couple of those that just happen to match my hair pretty good. So that's why I wear them. And it just makes me feel better. I just don't feel like, I'm a little less trailer, as I say. But yeah, thank you for noticing though. I appreciate that. Made it to 5:02 or 5:77 and watch some YouTube. Yep, YouTube is always the thing that sucks us away from reading. I have actually started, when I listen to my books, I've now started leaving my phone in the middle of the house, and I can go anywhere in the house then and still be listening to the book and not picking it up. And then I just sort of have it face down so I don't see any notifications or anything. And then that way I'm not getting distracted. Otherwise, I end up sitting there playing games, or I start watching YouTube. And before I know it, no reading's been done, but 4 hours of YouTube's been watched. So yeah, that's sort of, I'm trying to kick the habit of sitting there and just scrolling and stuff. So yeah, it's hard though. Like there's so much stuff to look at. There's so much stuff. And Brittany got to 36%. You're cheering, but probably going to head to bed. Yes, it's getting late for you. Like it'd be near 11 o'clock for you, wouldn't it? Something like that, 10, 11 o'clock. I have a collab coming up on my craft channel with an American channel, and their live stream goes up at 8 o'clock in the morning. And which means I will be up at 10 p.m. to do the live stream with them. So it's going to be interesting because I'm normally pretty sleepy by then, so I don't know how coherent I'm going to be. So I've been in training for the last couple of weeks. I've been sitting up. Like normally I just go to bed and read or whatever. So I've been trying to stay awake and not go to bed until that time, and then be on their lives that they have every Saturday morning on that. And I get about half an hour, 45 minutes in, start falling asleep. So I'm going to have a nap. I think at about 7 o'clock. It's just going to throw me completely out, but yeah. So I hope that you have a good sleep tonight, Brittany, and basically I will catch you most probably on Monday, because as I said, I will be having some sprints on Monday, and I washed up and spilt water all down the front of me, so I'm going to have to go and get changed in a minute. Lucky it's a bit warm here now. It's not as cold as it was earlier, although I still have like a jacket and a skivvy on and a singlet underneath it. So yeah. So this next coming sprint, I'm actually going to film some diamond painting and get that done. So I've got to, for the month of June, what I'm doing is I'm filming every day that I work on it, and I'm trying to work on it every single day. And I should have a massive diamond painting finished by the end of the month. Now, I rolled it, I finished the bottom row yesterday, and I rolled it, and when I unrolled it and had a look, I've got the little panels that I've marked out on it. If I cut them in two, it gives me 24 days, and then there's a couple of little half ones. So I'm doing a half one today, and so that should still get me to close to the end of the month of a finish, because there's a channel that she does an event every June and December, and so for every day of June she films a video and does a whip and waffle. She's based in the UK and she's called Admiral Zest. And so for those that have seen the chat, that's what the conversation of the diamond painting was up. So that's what I'm doing next. And then the one after that, I have to do a slow stitching Saturday, and I also have to film a stitch with me for my floss tube. So they are the next things that I need to do. Oh, and I also have to film today a video that I can't mention because it's for Patreon. So yeah, so that's what I'm doing in my sprint. So there won't be too much reading getting done today until probably 3 o'clock or so. So that'll be the next 3 sprints. And I should be on, I don't have to take Neroli to work now, but they're going over to Toowoomba to get some parts or look at a truck. And so I should be on till about 5, 6 o'clock tonight for our Australian viewers. No, tomorrow. I've got a book that I've got to finish today, which I'll probably finish tonight. It's on Kindle Unlimited, and it's The Night of Many Endings. So I've only just really started it, and it's a little bit slow. If it doesn't pick up in the next hour, I'm actually going to DNF it, because yeah, and just move on to the next one, because I only have from May, because this is a bleed over from May. The last week of May just turned into like super busy and had other things happening, and I just didn't get much reading done whatsoever. And as I was saying earlier, I'm trying to condense everything into Monday to Friday so I can have weekends off. So there was a lot of filming and whatnot, but the filming that I've got coming up in the next, I could possibly get my iPad out and listen on that and then film, because I use my phone as the camera, and it won't let you listen while you're filming. So that's where I sort of fell down in the last week of May. So I'm just checking my Kindle, how many I've got left. Let me go to the library. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4 books left after this one. So I read 15. No, that's not right. I have 3 books left after this one, not 4. Because The Girl with the Hazel Eyes, I had to drop off the list because that is actually for Read Around the World. So yeah. And I've added more on. I took a heap off and then added a heap on. So yeah. So tomorrow is when I'll be starting the second Mongolia one. So yeah. Alrighty. Well, we are we're at the end of the comments, and I think we've got 3 minutes left of the chatty bit, but I think we might just go to a sprint, and then that way I can get that sorted for filming and whatnot, and get 40 minutes. How far along in the Count of Monte Cristo are we? That is a really good question. I think we are up to, because we had a sprint at the beginning of May. So let me just check that for you, because I've got it here. Let me just have a look. Won't take me a second. I can't remember the exact page number, but I think I'm up to page 400 and something or other. So in May we got up to chapter 50, and I think that's like 470 or something along those lines, because I did read up to chapter 50. I finished chapter 50 in May, so we have definitely we got the June one. So I'm up to date with that, and we are reading for June 51 to 60. And we were talking, Heather and I were talking about doing a halfway point live stream in July. So that gave everybody a chance. That's why we're also doing a catch up as well, because that gives everybody a chance to catch up. And then towards the end of July, I was thinking of doing a live show where we can discuss where we're at and all that sort of stuff, and yeah, see how we go. That's not set in concrete yet, but it has been placed on the table. So if you're interested to catch up, you just have to get to, by the end of June, you need to be up to at the end of chapter 60. But they're not big chapters either. Some of them are a little bit lengthy, some are a little bit shorter, and it's around about 120 pages for the 10 chapters for each one. Sometimes a little bit less, sometimes a little bit more. So yeah, because I done a sprint for that at the beginning of May. So you could use next Fridays as a catch up, and I'm also doing sprints on Monday as well. So yeah, because I have apart from I don't have to catch up. I'm up to date with the Count of Monte Cristo, but the others I do have to catch up on. And I think I'm up to date with Anna Karenina too. So it's just this month that I've got to read. And I like to get all my classics done at the beginning of the month, and then I don't have to worry about them again. And so yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. So is that a different book, is it? If you guys have a live, I'd be listening. I finished Monte Cristo last week, and it'd be interesting to see if it's close to the original. Interesting. Like you can get the original for free, and it's pretty. It's on. If you've got Audible, it's free. It's. I really enjoy it. Like it doesn't read like there's because it's like it is a classic and it has some of the wording and whatnot, but the edition that I'm listening to, the narrator is pretty good. Like it goes pretty quickly and it really does suck you in. Like Talia is also reading it as well. Heather's reading it because she read the abridged version when she originally read it. So she's actually reading the full length version now, so there's so much more in it, she said. So yeah, it'll be. Wow, that's interesting. It's a graphic novel set in Africa. Oh my goodness. You could, yeah. Wow. I don't even know how you do that. But okay. And it's a retelling. Awesome. Interesting. It will be interesting to see if it keeps close to it and whatnot. Like I've taken some notes and whatnot. I've been pretty slack in Discord and I haven't done my update and all that sort of stuff. And I've got to sort of sit down and I've sort of got to sit down and take a bit of a step back and write down some notes and all that sort of stuff before I even do a live, even before I think about it. So it's set in Africa because the main character Dante's is based on the author's father, who was half a Haitian. Yeah, yeah. It's an interesting book. Like it is very much like where I'm at right now. It's very like we got through where we're up to the revenge part, and I don't want to say too much without giving it away, but yeah, like it will be at the halfway point, so I don't know whether it'd be yeah, I'd have to think about that. Like it probably, I don't want to give too many spoilers away, but inevitably there is going to be spoilers in that first part because we're halfway at the halfway point. So it'll be interesting to see. As I said, it's nothing set in stone at the moment, but we'll definitely be having a look at it. I think it'd be good to do a halfway point. So the author wanted the main character to embrace the PSC side. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, well, there you go. But I wouldn't like a graphic novel is what threw me. Like a novel, yes, I can understand that. Graphic novel, not so much. But then I don't read graphic novels, so I don't get it. Um, and I admit that freely. I just don't get it. I even asked my daughter. I'm like, "Do you read graphic novels?" She goes, "No, I don't get it either." So yeah, but I do want to have a look at some and just see if I would like them. I'm not too sure whether I would or not. Maybe if I got some that were sort of geared towards my granddaughter, maybe I might enjoy them. But I don't know. I don't think I would. But anyway, we are going to go to a sprint. So let me just head over here and redo this again and start that. And I am going to get filming and I will see you all in 45 minutes. Well, hello everybody. How did everybody go in that sprint? I got a 40-minute video filmed, which is great. Obviously, I'll edit some stuff out of that, but I managed to get that filmed, which was the next installment in my diamond painting. So basically So I've got one from the end of May going up on Tuesday, and then starting from the 1st until I think next Friday is what I'll film, and then that will go up on the following Tuesday. So I just film something each day, and then I'll splice it all together, and then I will do a voiceover over it. I'll have little snippets in there where I do little updates and all that sort of stuff. So I got another 40 minutes done. So I got some filmed yesterday, which I think I got a 30-minute video filmed yesterday, and I just did 40 minutes then. And I'll take snippets out, and as it sort of, you'll see the progress as it goes. In the past, I've filmed the entire diamond painting and then broken it up into 3 parts, and so it'll be like a time lapse. But I'm not doing that this time. I'm just doing a little bit each day and filming it, putting it together, and then just talking and waffling on basically. So we had ML join. She popped over from Neva Sprints. Glad to catch you on. Thank you for popping in and saying hi. And Alyssa's is, hey, I'm sprint hopping today. It's been an extremely busy night. Yeah, because I think everybody started at Courtney's at Tangible Reads, and then over to Neva's, and then sometimes we get some people that pop on over. And please tell me, no, this is not the last sprint. I am actually on for another, what I've been on now. I'm doing about an 8-hour sprint today. So it has just gone 1:15 in the afternoon. The next sprint I will be doing an hour, because I'm going to do some stitching and also have some lunch. And so basically I think I might do an hour sprint for the next one, and then I'll be coming back on. And so what's that, another 4 hours probably be on for, so plenty of sprinting to come. It seems to be like when I read books and stuff lately, it's or leading up to when I've just taken a little bit of a break from recording and whatnot, it seems like the only time I do any reading these days is on sprints. So I hop around, but I haven't been on anybody's sprints for the last 3 weeks because I've been trying to consolidate my week into a Monday to Friday, and so that's taken up a little bit of time. So yeah, I'm planning on hanging around for a while. So you'll get plenty of reading done. No, it's definitely not the last one. And Anne got her ironing done. So we've got a few people that are doing productivity as well. That's what my goal is today. I'm getting a lot of stuff done today. And I'll probably maybe get a little bit of reading done towards the end of the day, because I'll be over at the quilt machine at that point. At the moment, I am just filming little snippets for my craft channel at the moment to catch up for next week. So far, I have my diamond painting one done for Tuesday. I have 3 more lots of filming to do. So I've got a stitch with me, which will be for Monday. And then I've got a slow stitching Saturday, which will be not for this Saturday, but the following Saturday. And so hopefully I will get that all sorted out. Now, my internet has just started playing up, so I may look a little bit blurry, but you'll still be able to hear me okay and all the rest of it. So I do apologize for that. It'll just switch in between. I don't know why it started doing that, but anyway, it is what it is. There's not much I can do about it. So I'm sorry if I look a little bit blurry. It's probably a pretty good thing, to be honest. So good on you, Anne, getting all your ironing done. That is excellent. What is your next project that you're going to do? ML says, oh, you know the way to my heart, 8-hour sprinting sessions. Yeah. And it looks like through the month of June, I will be doing, I looked at my calendar in the last couple of sprints, and through the month of June, I will be doing, so Australian Eastern Standard Time, I will be doing Friday and Monday sprints. So, and they will start at 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, and then they will go until I need to either leave the house or finish up for the day. So, I'm hoping that that will help me get a lot of stuff done. So I'm using some of it to be productivity and some of it for reading as well, to get editing done and all that sort of stuff, because I've been pretty slack lately. And I think I just need to do that. So yeah, that's going to be a lot of sprinting through the month of June. And if it works out well, I might end up continuing that on into July and August as well. It'll make for a great reading couple of months, and see how I go. Obviously, I might not be able to do it every Monday, but I definitely will try every Friday to be on for sure. So if you are looking to know when my sprints are on, I do have a playlist that when you come to my channel on your mobile, it'll be at the top of the list of playlists on the homepage. And so basically you'll be able to see what I've got scheduled. So after today's, I will schedule Mondays and next Fridays. And I'll probably end up just scheduling out the whole month anyway, because I already know what my calendar is going to look like, and I've got a little bit ahead of my filming and whatnot. So, and it'll help me too to keep really productive. So my husband must be back fiddling around with the truck again. I love having all night sessions as well. So, he's got it started, and he's revving it. It's been a all morning process, but he's got there. He's just got back from getting a part, so that it must have been what the problem was. It's very handy having a mechanic in the family, I tell you. But so he is about to head over to Toowoomba to go and have a look at another truck. He said that he just went and got a second-hand part from off another truck at his yard. So I think he's looking at retiring this truck, so he's got to go and get another one. And for those that don't know, my husband's a tow truck driver and scrap remover of cars. So yeah, that's what he's doing at the moment. It's fun and games for him. He broke down last night, and I had to go yesterday afternoon, and then I had to go and pick him up, and then we had to go back. He had to go back with a mate with the trailer and get the car that was on the back of the truck off and take that to the customer. And then last night I had to go with him to then bring the truck back home. So I had to take him down to the truck and then flat tow it home, which is not the best thing to do, but it was the only way we were going to get it home. Luckily, he broke down in Kingaroy, so it wasn't so bad that we didn't have to drive miles or anything like that. But it's still, I don't like doing it, but it saved a lot of money having it sitting on the side of the road and someone accidentally, on purpose, smashing a windscreen or something like that. So yeah, but it is running. It's not stalling right now, so he's got it running. But he needs to retire it. It's an old girl. Oh, dear me. But he's been out there all morning trying to get it running. I've heard him cursing and carrying on out there, and he ended up getting Neralee, my daughter, to go out and turn the ignition over for him so he could see where it was, where the problem was, because it was too hard for him. And I was supposed to go out, but she ended up going out for me, which was good. Happy with that. What else is going on? So how did everybody go with their sprints that time? Did you get any reading done, or did you get anything else done? I as I said, just doing a lot of little stuff today, and my washing's just finished, so the next sprint I'll be hanging that out and then doing lunch and also filming in that one. All right, well, we have got to the end of the comments. We're trying to do 15:45, but what I might do is I will just change the timer and change that to an hour, and that way I can get what I need to get done. Oh, wrong way. Okay, save. All right, let's go back to the shore. All right, I've just changed that to an hour sprint, and that way I can get off all the stuff I need to get done. And I'd say that they're about to head off as well, so I'll just cut this chatty bit short. I can go and see them off because my daughter's going to go with him. So Chrissy didn't get any reading done, but she had lunch yet because it's lunchtime around here. Oh, and you've only got an hour. You might get that finished in the next sprint. That'll be good. All right, what I might do is, because they're getting ready to go, I'm going to go to a sprint now, and then let me just go to that and start it, and I will be back in an hour. So happy reading, everybody, and good luck at getting your book finished, and I'll see you soon. All right. How did everybody go with that sprint? I got lunch done. I got some washing, and that was it. Because I went to film and my phone was only on 22%. So I thought, that's not going to get me much filming. So I put it on charge and sat down and ate lunch and watched a episode and a half of Big Bang Theory. So that was good. And now I'm having a look through the Sweet Magnolias cookbook and checking out some of the recipes. And yeah, I'm thinking that I'm just looking at the lemon bar recipe in here. And it looks pretty nice. And I think I actually have all the ingredients for it. So I was just looking. Where was it? The only thing is they call things different because it's an American book. It's got different names for the products that they use. So I've got to work out what's what. And I'm pretty sure confectioner's sugar is just a fine granulated sugar. So like a caster sugar or something is what we call it here. But maybe not. I don't know. I think... No, confectioner's sugar is icing sugar. Okay, cool. That's what we call that. Cool. Awesome. So I think I might make them over the weekend, see how I go. I've got to go to Toowoomba again tomorrow if Brennan decides to buy the truck. I have to drive him over so he can drive it back because Neroli doesn't have a license and she's working tomorrow. So, yeah. But anyway, so I just checked my phone. I've probably got another 10-15 minutes and that will be fully charged and then I'll be able to do some filming after that. So the 2 videos that I have to film, they only go for about 30 minutes and one goes for about 40 minutes. So that's all good. All right. So I don't even know where we're up to. Here, Annie has gone off to bed. I haven't said have a good weekend. Thanks for joining, Annie. If you happen to come back and rewatch these, I hope you have a good weekend as well. Oh, Lois has dropped in. Hey, Lois, I didn't think you were popping in this week because you were on your way to Melbourne. You've just arrived in Melbourne, approximately 7 hours drive from Canberra, jumping in to say hi. Oh, and you finished the Bookbinder of Jericho and you loved it and you think it's better than the first book? Oh. Ooh, don't say things like that. I'm trying to do catch up this month, not read more books. I'll have to read it sooner rather than later. Oh, it got me curious now. Alrighty then. You've put down a challenge for me. Can I squeeze it in? See how we go. Maybe towards the end of the month I might be able to, if not at the beginning of next month. And Lisa says it's powdered sugar. And you finish your book. Yay! And have read and you have a manga to read, then you'll have to sleep because of work. Yeah. Oh, yes, the pesky work. It always gets in the way, doesn't it? But I'm glad you finished your book. That's awesome. That is really, really good. I can't believe that Lois thinks that it is better than the first book. Wow. Ooh, that's interesting. Very, very interesting. I borrowed it from... I don't have my phone here, so I can't even check. I borrowed it from BorrowBox, but I just didn't have time to get to it. And I don't want to buy... I think I said this last week when we were talking about it. I don't want to buy the paperback until I get it in the same size as the Dictionary of Lost Words. Nera Lee did say to me that Big W has them in the smaller size, but I haven't been down to Big W since we had that conversation. So I might have to duck down there tomorrow and see if it's not there and maybe grab a copy and then I can read it, because I don't know whether I want to listen to it or not, because I had it on the audio from BorrowBox. The print copy wasn't available, so I don't know. I think I want to read it in the physical form like I did the first time with the Dictionary of Lost Words, because I just appreciate the book a bit better that way. I mean, I loved it listening to because I listened to the audio when we reread it at the beginning of the year, and it was absolutely brilliant as well. Like, I really enjoyed it. And so how long are you down in Victoria for? You're down for the school holidays, because they break up this week, don't they? Are you listening to both of them on audio? Awesome. Yeah, I did. The first time around, I had the audio there, but I didn't end up, and it was only sort of when I was just first getting into audiobooks. So I was still not fully invested in the audio, in the medium of audiobooks. So I had the physical copy there. So I sort of started listening to it, but then just went to the physical copy, just curled up in bed and read it every night. So yeah, it was probably maybe about 3 or 4 months after that I really got into audiobooks, because I felt that I could read more and get more done around the studio and all that sort of stuff, and not just read at night. So yeah. And now, like, when I want to go back to, like, when you say books like that, I'm like, do I do the audio or do I just do the physical? So, but you're saying the audio is good, so that's good. At least, and I really enjoyed the first one as well. And is it a continuing story, or can you read them both like standalone? That was my other question, that I wanted to know too. I think I may have asked it, but I've forgotten. Okay, so you're in Victoria for 3 weeks, and your daughter is flying out to the USA tomorrow. Wow. And visiting some old army buddies. Awesome. She should have a really good time. That's excellent. And you're 3 weeks with the grandbabies. You're going to be exhausted after that. How many grandchildren do you have, Lois? A few, I'm guessing. A couple. Boys, girls. All right. So in this next sprint, which I'm just going to change the timer now, I'll change that back to 45 minutes. Actually, I won't change it now. I'll leave it for now. I'll change that back to 45 minutes, because then that will keep me on schedule to get everything done. And then I think I only have a couple of things to sort out. So I might actually get some reading in after the next 2 sprints, maybe for the last one. Better than nothing. But we are doing sprints again on Monday. So if you want to come and join us, you can come and join us then. And I'll probably I'm not sure how long I'll be on Monday, but because it'll just depend on Neralee's schedule as well, because I have to work around her sometimes. So yeah, and I'm just getting ready to start doing some of the things on the Down the Rabbit Hole magazine. So we have another issue coming out in 6 weeks. So I'm just starting to get all the ducks in the row for that, so I can start doing layout and all the rest of it. And I've got some final touches to put on a couple of my designs and whatnot, and then they'll be done. And yeah, I'm actually on schedule this time. Fingers crossed I stay that way. I'm just chasing up a couple of designers, and hopefully they'll get back to me by the end of the working day today, and I'll know where they're at, so I'm not waiting around for them. But yeah, it'll be good to be on time, because the last 2 I have not been on time at all, through just issues. And yeah, the thing, internet was one of them. And yeah, like to put the magazine together, I need the internet. It's just ridiculous. But anyway, it is what it is, as they say. 1 boy, 3 girls, and the youngest is 8. Wow. And who's the oldest? What age is the oldest one? And the books don't continue, but some of the characters overlap. So could you read them standalone, or is it better to read them as a series? I've got something in my eye when I hung out the washing, and it's been driving me mental ever since. It's like an eyelash that's curled down, and it's going into my eye and scratching it. Oh, anyway. Well, that's good to know that, like, some of the characters are in there. Well, it'd be hard to have a sort of continuing story of that, because they sort of wrapped it up in the first book. So I was wondering how they were going to do that. 18-year-old girl, and you could read them standalone. Yeah. Because I mean, really, when you read the first one, the way it ended, it wrapped it all up. So, but I can see how she's pulled another story out of it, because of the storyline in that first one where they'd gone away to war. And yeah, so they still had to continue doing everything. So it was, yeah. Because from what you told me last week, I've got a general idea of what it's about. And the title also sort of tells you what it's about as well. So, yeah. 18-year-old girl. That's how old my daughter is. She's 18. She turns 19 this year. Cannot believe it. Main character is female and works in the printers. Yeah. Yeah, because I think we were talking about that last week. You said that it was looking at the female characters after the men had gone away to war. Because in the first book, they were when that happened, they were concerned that they weren't going to be able to get things out because there was no one there to do the bookbinding or the printing or anything. So yeah, so I can see why they've pulled she's pulled another story out of that. Do you think she'll pull another story out of the same sort of thing for another book, do you reckon? I might have to yeah, I think I might duck down to Big W tomorrow morning and see if they've got the book, and if they've got it, I might squeeze it in. I have a lot of catch up. So through the month of June, I decided last week that I needed to catch up on a few things and whatnot. And there's a few people in the Serialized Book Club that need to catch up as well. So we've made June the month of catch up. And so I'm going to endeavour to have sprint. Well, I'm having sprints every Friday like I normally do, but I'm going to endeavour to have another sprint during the week on the Monday. So I'll start the week and end the week with sprints and whatnot. For me personally, I'll probably be doing a lot of filming, editing, and all that sort of stuff for both my channels during that time, and hopefully I will be able to get some reading in as well. And because I won't have too many books that I'm going to be reviewing and stuff like that, most of the time I'll probably just, if I do a review, it'll just be a single book review, or I might even just review them or talk about them at the beginning of each sprint. And that's, that's dependent on me actually getting any books finished, because right now I have 4 classics on the go that I need to read, which equates to about, I think it equates to about 350 pages just for the classics. And then I have my bingo prompts. So we will have, I don't even know how many Sundays are in June. We will have this week's one coming on Sunday. Let me just have a look. So we have 4 Sundays. So there'll be 4 books that I will read from my bingo as well. But as I said, I'm using June as a catch-up because the simple fact is that I haven't read this week's bingo prompt. The Turn of the Screw I haven't read either. That was from a couple of months. That was from the first round of bingo. So I want to read that. It's still sitting on my nightstand. And then I've got all the classics that I need to read for the Serialized Book Club. Plus, I also have the Stitches in Crime book, which I'll probably read next week, because I usually read them in one morning, if not over 2 mornings. And I think that's it. And then I've got the second book of Sweet Magnolias, and I have to finish off book 5 of Wheel of Time and start book 6, and hopefully be 3/4 of the way through that by the time I get to the end of the month. So I've got it, and if I can get all that done by the end of the month, then I'm back on schedule again, and then we'll be starting to read the Women's Prize for Fiction shortlist through Discord as well. So yeah. Okay, so Sarara turns 19 this year as well, at first year of uni, same as my daughter. Yep. I hope she does another book around the voting rights, etc. Yeah, because they just sort of touched on that, didn't they? In the first book, they sort of touched on the suffrage. I'm just trying to think. Did they? I think it was just very lightly touched on it. Yeah, that'd be good actually if she did. I think she's sort of found her gem, like Pip Williams has found her little niche. Apparently, I don't know if I mentioned this last week or not, but apparently she's got like a memoir of when her and her family went to Italy. When I did a little bit of searching, it popped up. So I'm thinking that I'm going to try and find a copy of that and see if I can't squeeze that in there somewhere. Although now, like for me now, this part of the year, the second half of the year, like you would have noticed last year too, the first half of the year I get a lot of reading done. The second part of the year I don't get as much, because what happens is I've got to try and get a lot of videos in the bank for spring break and also Christmas break, because I end up having my granddaughter here for a couple of weeks, and because I don't get to see her that often, I'd like to spend like all my time with her and not have to be recording and editing and all that sort of stuff. So as far as large TBRs go, from now until the end of the year, you won't see a lot of that sort of thing. Like, I think I'm sitting at 83 books right now for the year. I set my goal at 100. Last year I read, I think it was 120. But yeah, like at this point in time, it'll just be bingo books that I add on it, and I'll probably end up going over the 100, but it'll be just, one, maybe 2 books a week instead of the 3 or 4 that I normally read. So that's sort of what happens at the end of the year, because it is my busy time of year, because on the BookTube channel, I do an advent. So I get from the book grocer, I get a book box, and it has 24 books, and I do that. I have the bingo for both channels. So I've got the reading bingo, then we've got a stitching bingo. So I try to get all those shorts done for for the end of the year. And then, so I've got a lot of prep work in the month of June as well to set me up for the end of year. And then, I also have Advent coming for the craft channel as well, and we also have a movie Advent that we do with that. So last year I did it as shorts. This year I'm going to just have it at the beginning of the video, and then we'll have our Advent opening. But I've only got one thing coming, and then I'm just going to do my Christmas stitch with me, like I did not last year, the year before. So I'll pull out my Christmas piece and I will just work on that channel. And so I've got to basically film a lot of that. So I'll film all of the stitch with me over the month of October. So every day I'll film that, and then I'll have it in bank. So I've got 24 videos for when we roll around to December. I was going to do like tutorials and stuff like that. I've decided not to do that. I'm not 100% sure whether I'm actually going to do extra tutorials or not. I definitely still will do our normal ones, and yeah, just go from there and see where we end up. All right. I will as well. Yeah, I'm interested to read it, because apparently her and her sister's family uprooted themselves and they were trying to find themselves, I guess, for lack of a better term. And they went to Italy and spent a summer in Italy. If I'll find the book again, and I think it's My Life in A Summer in Italy, I think it's called, by Pip Williams. So yeah. All right. Well, I just heard the alarm go off. Let me just set the timer to 45 again, and then I am going to get over to start filming, because my camera will be fully charged now. And I will see you all in 45 minutes. Hello, everybody. How did everyone go? I managed to get my Stitch With Me done. I got 30 minutes just, and then the camera cut out just as I put the last cross in. Just a little bit after I put the last cross in, because I ran out of storage. So I'm just doing a file dump now. I thought I took yesterday's filming off, but I didn't. So anyway, I'm just doing a file dump now onto my computer, and yeah, so I'm like, so I've only got a small one for my floss tube, but that's okay. All right, and I don't want to upset the apple cart because it's there. Every time I touch the table, it stops transferring. So I'll just move the mouse and sit back here and not even touch my little table. But all I have to film now for the today is not this Saturday's slow stitching Saturday, but the following Saturday, and I have to do a file dump because I've got to spin up what I'm going to be working on next. And then all weekend I am working on, apart from 4 hours tomorrow where I've got to go over to Toowoomba and back, and I've got to get some supplies while I'm over there as well. I need to get some polyfill. I thought I had another bag, but I don't. So luckily I am going over there tomorrow. Otherwise I'd be going down to Big W to buy a pillow to pull apart so I can do some finishing and stuff like that. So yeah. All right, where were we up to? Let me just see. Let me know in the comments what you've been working on and all that sort of stuff, and or whether you did some more productivity or whether you're actually reading now and all that sort of stuff. So, oh, Rolanda is back. Hey, you had a lovely lunch and coffee date out with a friend, and now back in the sewing room to finish what I started this morning. Awesome, that's excellent. I just seen your picture over in the Facebook group as well. Have to go now. We'll look in next week. Cheers. Thanks, Lois, for dropping in. I honestly did not expect to see you here this week because I knew you were traveling. But thank you very much for popping in, and bye. And I will catch you next week. Don't forget, we do have sprints on Monday as well. If you're still here and you hear about that, bag complete and now sitting over the magnifier and put a pic in my Facebook group. Awesome. I went and had a look at it, and it is very pretty. It's very pretty purple fabric. Did you use my tutorial, or is it just one that you made up? I think you said earlier it was my tutorial that you looked at. So yeah. ML had to go and pick up her spouse from work, and then they ate, and now she is back. Woo! Excellent. So close to finishing the book Harvest House. Awesome. Have you been enjoying it? And Scorpio Rising, read another 40 pages, about 100 pages left. That's awesome. You've made good progress today by the looks of it. And Rolanda is saying, yes, it was the tutorial over on my other channel. Was it a good tutorial? Did you enjoy it? You possibly, because a few people are probably going to ask what tutorial it was. If you want to just put the link in your post, then people can find it. Just put it in the comments, and then people can find it if they want to make one for themselves, huh? Yeah, I've got to make a couple, actually. A few friends need some, so I should try and fit that in next week and get that done, I think. I am starting to get sleepy, though. It's been a big day of filming and all that sort of stuff. Luckily, I didn't have to talk over every video. I'll do that at a later date, but anyway, it's all good. It's okay, just almost nothing has happened. Oh, really? I don't like it when it's like that. I guess story-wise, it's pretty. Is that pretty mild or mid-range? So yeah. But it has an important message. Fair enough. Fair enough. What was it called again? Harvest House. Yeah. Awesome. Come on, phone. Please just transfer the files. Just double check that. Oh, it's got about 15 minutes to go. Can't touch the tail. Yes, it was a good tutorial. Very easy to do at beginner level. And yes, I'll post the link. Awesome. Thanks, hon. Because I'll forget to do it otherwise. being that I'm not in craft, well, I am in craft mode, but not in craft mode on the channel or in the Facebook group. So, but on the good side of things, all my housework's done as well. So I'm pretty happy. That means that my weekend is free. I don't have to worry about any of that. And no one's really going to be home. So that means that, yeah, I don't have to worry about any of that sort of stuff, which is great. It'll stay clean and everything will be in its place all weekend. I like it when I get to Monday and everything's in its place. All right, so it's mid-range to moderate. Yeah, fair enough. And it's got an important message, and like sometimes those books that have an important message, they are just a run-of-the-mill sort of book, but it's the message that you're there for, not necessarily the story. So yeah, that's awesome. All right, let me just check something out. I just want to check to make sure this is transferring, because I have a lot of files on there at the moment. Okay, so I've got about 20 minutes left. Yeah, I've got a lot of files on there at the moment on my hard drive at the moment, so I'm hoping that I'm not going to run out of space on there. I did just get rid of some stuff, but there's some things that I'm still working on that I've got on my hard drive, so I'm thinking I might have to go and get another one. I might do that tomorrow while I'm out and about as well, get a new hard drive. Oh, hang on, I've got another one over there I could possibly use. I'll have to check that out a bit later, I think. Just changed glasses. I got these new glasses, and they're both the same, but it's like in the darker pair. The ones I had on this morning are over there and at my craft table, and these ones were just sitting here, so I just picked them up because I don't actually need them to walk around or anything. I only need them to read and to look at the computer screen. Like sitting back here, I can just make myself out, but and I can just make out ML's last last post that she put up, and I've seen that Anne just popped up. But when I put these on, these feel like they're supposed to have the same lens in them, but they feel like they're a bit like they're not in the right place, and I feel like I've got to do this all the time because they're a transition, or I've got to sit them right up hard up against the my forehead, and it's just, yeah, it's not working for me. So I think I'm going to have to take them back and ask them to readjust them, because I generally don't sit my glasses right up here. I generally sit my glasses here where it's comfortable. And if they're there, everything is sort of looking a little bit blurry, which leads me to believe that the lenses are in the wrong place. And I'm not surprised really, because when I was there, the technician and that was fitting him, we were cracking up laughing because there was a whole thing happening outside the shop, and we were just absolutely wetting ourselves laughing. So I'm not even surprised that this pair isn't right. But they said that I can take them back anytime and get them sorted. So I think I'll go down and visit Savannah and take them back and see if I can't get them sorted. I've still got my old pair of glasses, which I use a lot when I'm filming and all that. And these are supposed to be anti-glare, but they still have a bit of the glare on it, whereas my other pair doesn't. So I don't know. Anyway, it was promised to be a ghost story, though I had different expectations. Okay. Like a ghost doing ghost things, even just one. And you're getting none of that, I'm assuming. And Anne is listening to a Blake Pierce series. What one are you listening to? I've got 4 books left in the Jesse Hunt one. I might actually try and catch up on that too, because they only go for a couple of hours, because I did all of them on audio. So I might see if they're all on Scribd or Scribd, and yeah, listen to them through June as well, get them out of the way, because they only go for like, I think 3.5 hours, most of them. And I'm up to, I think I'm up to 21 or 22. I can't remember. I think I'm up to 21. The next book I have to read is 21, and it only goes to 26, I believe. So, yeah, I might I'll put that on my list and see if I can't polish that off during June. It's a plan. Well, this catch up is turning into a big thing. There's a ghost. We get a few tiny sections from her POV, but she's not done anything or told us anything revealing. Well, that's not good. She's just like watches a certain part of the highway. Okay. What was it? What was it called again? Bleak House, was it? Oh, Harvest House or something? Where did it go? Harvest House. All right. Interesting. Very interesting. So she's just watching a highway. Okay. Is that where she died or something, was it? And that Harvest House. And so the girl is the ghost and she's watching a part of a highway. So I'm assuming that's where she died and that's why she's watching it. Okay, fair enough. That's fair enough. All right. Yeah, Harvest House. Oh, comments just comments just jumped. I don't know what's happening on StreamYards. It just went Burko then. Nikki Lyons, and they are a bit longer than the others. Yeah, I come across Blake Pearce ages ago. Like, as I said, I'm 21 or 22 into the Jesse Hunt, and I've got there's a whole heap on Scribd as well, like other series of his, hers. I don't know, because you can't find any information out about the author. There was talk that Blake Pearce is just the name that they all different authors write under. So yeah, because I know the Jesse Hunt series, that was a book was coming out, and when I say book, they were only like 198 to 220 pages. Was coming out like every 2 to 3 months. I was like, wow, that's really spitting them out. So you're hoping it'll pick up in the next 30 minutes or so. So are you going to like DNF it if it doesn't pick up in the next 30 minutes? I'm a bit like that, like the one that I've got. I'm sort of in two minds whether I want to keep reading it or not. I'm going to give it another hour, and if it hasn't picked up any, I'm just going to can it. And it was on Kindle Unlimited, so it's no big deal. I'm just going to can it, and yeah, because it's just not. Like, I'm a little bit intrigued by it because so far we're seeing the point of view from Nora, and she has a brother that is a drug addict and has been homeless and a little bit estranged, and there was a tragedy with the family, and basically she's trying to find him and all that sort of stuff, because yeah, and it's just sort of going round and round in circles, and like I'm not getting anything really. Like I can't see how this is going to move on. And it's supposed to be, well, the title of it is A Night of Many Endings, and it's just like, come on, pick it up a bit. And I'm a third of the way through, so I'm going to give it, yeah, probably another hour on the audio, and if it doesn't pick up, I'm just going to can it on that. But I'm a little bit intrigued to find out, like, what the deal is with the brother. Because yeah, something's happened. You don't quite know what's happened. That's like alluding to some sort of tragedy that he may have caused. I don't know yet. We'll see. But anyway, no, not at all. Oh, that's all you've got left of the audio book. Oh, well, fingers crossed for 30 minutes that she reveals something for you, because nothing worse than reading the book and no revelation in it. Ugh. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, that's weird. That, like, yeah. Alrighty, so the little alarm is about to go off, so we are going to go to another 45-minute sprint. That will get us to 4:30 my time. I have no idea what time it is anywhere else, but this next sprint, once I'm finished dumping, I am going to start filming my slow stitching Saturday, and I'm going to go and get a drink, cuppa, and all the rest. I've got my water here, but I'm going to go and make a cuppa as well and get some of that filmed. But I'm starting to get a little bit tired, and my eyes are starting to get a little bit sore from all the stitching and diamond painting. So I even if I do that today, at least I've got it all set. I'll have it all set up and ready to go. And then I can chill out a bit and maybe read a little bit of the book that I was just talking about. Alrighty, so let's go to a 45 minutes and start that. And we will be back in 45 minutes. See you soon. Alrighty, how did everybody go on that sprint? I got no filming done. The phone rang, so my daughter was on the phone, so I was just checking my channel and I forgot to turn it off. There we go. Oh, that's gone. Alrighty. Yeah, so I got no filming done that time, but that's okay. So it is just gone 4:30, and I said I was going to go for 8 hours. So basically, we'll do a little bit of chit chatting, see how everybody went, and then we'll do one more sprint. Because my daughter wants me to ring her back, and we're getting on Zoom tonight. So she wants to have a bit of a chit chat. We haven't spoken all week, and all the rest of it. So yeah, so it'll be good to catch up with her because she lives a few hours away, and we can't always get down to see her because of work commitments and stuff like that. And so it's good we catch up on Zoom, and we'll just end up having, a couple of hours together, and it's like we're sitting in the same room. Actually, we probably talk more now that she's left home than what she did when she was at home, because she was always had her face in a book like I do. It's probably really good that we have these designated days where we actually meet up and actually talk. So, I mean, it's not that we didn't talk, it's just that she was quite busy before she left home because she was working 2 jobs and also doing senior schooling. And she was quite, she had a little bit of a social life as well. So she was quite busy. So we were sort of like, we'd just pass each other in the house. And sometimes she could be in the house and basically, yeah, we wouldn't speak for all day, and then she'd come out and we'd have dinner, and then she'd go back to her room and she'd just be reading away, and I'd be doing exactly the same thing. But we just knew that we were there, and that's all that mattered, right? So yeah, but yeah, I'm always happy for an interruption from my daughter. So I will. I'm not going to worry about trying to film the slow stitching Saturday. I'll do that tomorrow or on Sunday or something, or maybe even on Monday, because it's not coming out tomorrow, it's coming out next week, so I'm trying to get a week ahead. I'm actually trying to get a long way ahead with all of my stuff, so that's why I've been working so hard at it. I was just messaging Chrissy on Facebook before too, and yeah, so yeah, I'm still going, but I'm starting to fade. I've just had a cup of coffee. I've got a little bit left. That should kick in at any moment, and we'll keep going. Scorpio rising, read 43 pages. That is awesome. Kicking it today. When I said I had 30 minutes left, it was because I was listening to it sped up. It was actually 1 hour. Now I really have 15 minutes left where there were reveals. Awesome. Excellent. Were they the reveals you were expecting? This is the $1 million question. Was it what you were expecting? And it's only got 15 minutes left. That's pretty wild. And Rolanda is still sewing, but we'll be packing up soon. Yeah, it's starting to cool down here as well, so I'm going to have to put the heater on in a little bit as well, because my computer's out here. I mean, I could take it into the lounge room, I guess, and chit chat with her, but yeah, I'll just leave it out here, and I'll sit there and diamond paint while I talk to her and all the rest of it. So I was thinking too that next week, when I'm doing the sprints and all the rest of it, all the stuff that I do during the day, what I might do is I'll send a link to my phone for StreamYards, and I'll be able to show you what I've done during the time of the sprints, because everything is all scattered all over the place. So I can't like move if I move the camera on the computer, it'll actually shut off because my USB port's not the best on this computer for some reason. It only does it with the camera. It's the only thing it does it with. So yeah, it's a bit bizarre, but anyway, since so little happened, I guess couldn't expect anything because literally nothing happened until the last hour of the book. Oh no, that's sucky. That is sucky. But okay, so nothing really happened. Have you enjoyed it though? Because sometimes you can still enjoy a book like that, where nothing really happens and you're sort of just going through the motions, and then it all happens at the end. Sometimes I can hate books like that, but then other times I think, you know what, it was actually not a bad story leading up to that hour of action-packed and reveals and all that sort of stuff. I mean, yeah, it's a different way of writing a book. I don't profess to judge anybody's or know anything about writing or anything like that. But I think that is a definite like writing style choice to do it that way. Sort of, yeah. But then other times, you get a book where it's just action packed all the time, and then they get to the end and it's just bleh, nothing. So you can get caught in two minds on that one, I think. Like, do you want all the action and do you want all the stuff happening through the book to possibly get to the end of the book and have it not pan out the way you want, or go for a mediocre book and get an ending that's like satisfying? So it'll be interesting to see if it is actually really satisfying for you once you get to the end of it and you think you've enjoyed it. That's awesome. At least you've enjoyed the story, and that's the main thing, right? I think so when it comes to a book, especially if it's a crappy one. But sometimes you can read a really crappy book and thoroughly enjoy it. It was about the perceptions of Indigenous people in the US, especially from native teen perspective. Okay, interesting. Is that the one where, I'm probably completely wrong, but is that the one where, like, you said that she was watching The Highway? Is she watching The Highway because that's where she's disappeared from? Is that the one where, like, a lot of native young girls were disappearing? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Because there was a book that someone else was talking about that was from the Native American perspective, and it was the young indigenous girls were disappearing and something. So is that the same sort of one? So you did enjoy it, which is good. Sorry, I'm trying to get the comments to come up, but StreamYards is jumping around like crazy. All the comments and all the rest of it were jumping around. I'm annoyed. Our library just sent an email saying they no longer have Libby. Oh, really? Why? That's weird. So you'll only have BorrowBox. I can't get Libby here through my library. I don't have Libby. The only way I can get it is through a Brisbane library, and I'm, because I don't have a Brisbane address, I can't get it. So I have to be a member of a Brisbane library. So that sort of sucks. And I've been, a couple of books I've found on BorrowBox that I've had on my shelf that I've been able to listen to rather than sit down and read. So that's not been too bad. But that's a shame that because you use both Libby and BorrowBox, don't you, Chrissy? Okay, so they're streamlining and we'll have more on BorrowBox apparently. Okay. And you've forgotten what was in the synopsis. I'm a bit like that once I start reading a book, I forget about what I've read on the. Not that I read the back of the cover very often, but when I do, I generally forget about what's on there and whatnot. And Chrissy was saying, yeah, she uses both. Yeah, because I went looking, because I remember you said that you use Libby, and I went looking and I couldn't get it for the South Burnett, but like. I don't know if I really like BorrowBox because I go on there to search for a book. I think, what was I searching for the other day? I can't even remember now. But I put in the book and it just brought up all this other stuff. And then as I'm scrolling down, the book that I was looking for was way, way, way down the list. But it brought all this other stuff up that didn't even have any of the keywords in the title and whatnot. And I'm just like finding it very very frustrating to use to try and find books and all the rest of it. And then other times I put in there and nothing comes up. So I don't know, does that mean that they just don't have it, or it's not available, or what? Like I was getting a little bit frustrated with it a couple of weeks ago, and I just I don't know if this is for me. And like we've talked about this before, like Brendan's exactly the same. He was, anytime he was looking for something, it was always checked out or things along those lines. But I did find a lot of the Lee Child books on there, so I will probably listen to a lot of them because who is it? Jack Reacher. Brendan wants me to read the Jack Reacher series. There's a lot of books, so okay, fair enough. Then I'll get them on BorrowBox. And I guess it's a financial decision. They probably pay a lot for the service. Yeah, I guess so. Well, when you think about what we pay for services, I mean, they're probably being charged even more than that. So, and like all the audio books and all that sort of stuff, that they've got to house all that, and that'll all cost money as well. Hello, Zara, you've come back from work. Yes, we're still here. um, how was your day? Hopefully, you had a wonderful day. I use the library search engine to find the books, audio I'm looking for, and link through there from there. Oh, okay. And that works better, does it? I'll have to pick your brain a little bit further because I was getting so frustrated. I think I was actually looking for like see if Maisie Dobbs was on there, and like, but the whole series isn't on there, so I just decided I'm just going to buy them and just read them that way. I found a lot of the Kerry Greenwood books that I was looking for. They're on there. Not all of them are on the South Burnett one, um, and not all of them are on audio, but a lot of them are. And there was a couple other books that I was looking for as well that I've got on my shelf that I don't know whether I want to sit down and read them or whether I want to listen to them, because they're not sort of my vibe. Like, they don't feel like they're my sort of book. So I thought if I could at least listen to an hour or so of them, and see if I'd get into the story or not. But yeah, I couldn't find half the things I was looking for, so I was getting very, very frustrated, and it was driving me a little bit crazy. But it is what it is. I'll get used to it a little bit more, I'm sure. All right. Well, we are at the end of the comments. I think we will go for another sprint, and when I come back, the computer will be in a different place because I'm going to set that all up while we're sprinting. And I think that will be our last sprint for today, because that will definitely take us over the 8-hour mark. But never fear, we will be back on Monday. I'll probably set all that up too while we're on this sprint. But it has been a super productive day. I'm pretty happy with what I've got achieved today. I checked off. Oh, I've got another one I can check off. So I've done a full page of my list, and I've also done some off the other side too, I think. No, that's Patreon stuff. No, I haven't crossed anything else off. I've still got all this to do, so that'll be Monday's jobs, and some on a weekend and all the rest of it. So, yeah, still got a lot to do. It's all all part of it, isn't it? Had a good day. I did have a mop and bucket full over. Oh no. And nowhere near finished. Oh, that's not good. Not good at all. Yeah. All right. Rolanda says she's going to head off. We'll catch you next time. See you on Monday, maybe, Rolanda, if you want to hang out. We'll be here on Monday. Have a great weekend and get lots of stitching in, no doubt. I've except for 4 hours of driving I've got to do tomorrow. The rest of the time is going to be for craft, and yeah, and then on Sunday afternoon I will film up my floss tube so that can go up on Monday, and then I'll be all good to go. All right, let's get this timer going for 45 minutes, and this will be the last sprint though. Okay, have a great reading session, and I'll see you soon. Hello, everybody. All right. Well, that was our last sprint for today. I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that hung around and joined in the fun and got some books read and got some stuff made and all the things that everybody did today. I had a absolutely wonderful day hanging out with you all, and I feel very productive and got everything that I needed done. This is the messy end of where I sit. This is where all the crafting stuff has been happening and where I've spent most of my day. So yeah, and that is the diamond painting that I'm doing at the moment, which you can't really see much of. So, but I'm thinking next week, as we get to the end, I will fire my phone up and I'll show you all the things that I've been working on. But yeah, as I said, that is the last sprint for today. We've been on for 8.5 hours. It's been absolutely brilliant. I've had a very productive day, and I really appreciate each and every one of you that have been here and have commented and kept the conversation going. I hope that you all have a fabulous weekend, no matter where you are, and you get lots of reading and crafting done. And I will see you all on Monday at 9 a.m. for another epic sprinting day. Have a great weekend, everybody, and I'll see you soon. Bye for now.